to the stream. This one is going to be me going over my Frost Prime build and the loadout that goes with him. Currently going through the patch notes of Warframe right at the moment, making sure there's nothing I need to know about Frost Prime, or Frost in general. See if they changed anything. At the current moment, I'm not seeing anything because I believe that would have been a big bulletin point. So, I think I'm good on that. Okay. Alright. Go ahead and hit play on that. Get that going. Whenever it decides it wants to pop up and start working.
You look like a Tinno who knows the.
Message inbox. Take a quick check of that. Okay, Razorback is here. Yada yada yada. I'm not gonna quite switch to the screen just yet. Because I'm buying the pack real quick and I don't want y'all to see any card information by accident. Yada 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 yada. So bear with me for like a quick minute. Alrighty. And yes, that would be my phone confirming my purchase. Yeah. Okay. Now I'll swap it over to me. And I did finally get this fixed where it works the way it's supposed to. Alright, that doesn't matter because the helmet disappears. That is very jarring. Copy main colors. Doesn't look bad. But I want to change that out for. Yeah, that looks better. Too bad I can't do nothing about the beard, but sorry. Let's see. Alright, cool. I see, none of the frost stuff is on there. That's just, yeah. So no arm stuff. Gotcha. So that should be my go-to appearance when it goes to him. Should. To have one set up. Do that real quick. Sorry, Arthur, you're being replaced. Okay, next you can stay there. Offer. Now I can go there. And get these all taken care of. I don't even have that Warframe. Alright, let's make sure this actually works.
You ready for some heavy-duty solutions?
Nice. Okay, that works. Now on to the real stuff I'm supposed to be dealing with. Anyways, as far as my actual build, okay, I gotta say, I primarily have it built just for enough strength to meet the 100% armor reduction threshold on Avalanche for ability strength. I mainly use Eclipse for damage reduction, not really the attacking damage increase. And my globe gets enough health to begin with, and I just use freeze for just a target freeze. If I ever use it, mainly use it to pop snow globe. And I have a base amount of range, mainly because I wanted to run Arcana Stretch to get a second ability, which procs off of my companion's abilities. But also having increased range doesn't hurt either. Also, I have enough power or ability strength to get a decent amount of overguard. I have a fairly high overguard cap. The efficiency I didn't touch because I didn't feel the need for it because I constantly produce an endless amount of energy between Equilibrium and Archon Stretch and my companions. As far as what I actually run on mod wise, I run the Umbral mods, Umbral Vitality, Umbral Fiber, and Umbral Intensify. Gives me resistance to Tau, which is makes it where a certain enemy faction deals less damage to me. It's kind of a not necessarily an important part about the setup at all. I just mainly run them for the increased health of the armor. It's a nice amount. And this gives you a bunch of ability strength with no negatives, so it's pretty good to have. Plus, it's also all I need to actually meet my threshold because I have 106% armor reduction. I only need 100% to actually get rid of the armor altogether. And then I have prime redirection to vastly increase my already massive amount of shields. The augments I run for him is Icy Avalanche, which gives me Overguard, which basically makes me immune to status effects and everything, and gives me a buffer before it starts hitting my shields / health, depending on the situation. I use Biting Frost as well, because it gives me 200% critical chance and 200% critical damage against frozen enemies. And I'm constantly casting my 4, which is Avalanche, which freezes enemies, which keeps this constantly procced. So I'm constantly keeping a 200% increase on critical chance, critical damage. As far as my aura, I played around with this a whole lot until I finally found one I felt like I liked. It converts 150% of my energy spent to shields while overshields are inactive. And if I have any overshield, or if I have full shields, it converts the rest to overshields. So that's nice. And then I have prime sure footed just to keep me from being knocked down, regardless. I use Molt Reconstruct because it heals me and it heals my allies for 6 points of health for every point of energy I use. Another reason why I don't have efficiency on is because when I cast my Avalanche, it costs 100 energy, and that's 600 health going to myself and all my allies. And my affinity range, which is like 25 meters, if I remember correctly for affinity range. And then I use Arcane Battery. Gives me 0.30 maximum energy per armor point, up to 1,000 energy. And both give me an Arcane Revive, so it allows me to revive 2 extra times in total. Which, with Arcane Battery, gives me a total of 415 energy, which means I don't have to waste a mod slot for it because I have copious amounts of armor, which it actually synergizes with my passive ability. whenever there's an enemy with a cold status on them and within affinity range of me, I gain 50 armor. And gaining said 50 armor increases my energy capacity. So the more frozen enemies I have around me, the more energy I have, the more armor I have, so the less damage I take, so forth and so forth. But that is mainly how I build my frost. As far as Archon shards that are on him, I have 4 Crimson Archon shards that give plus 15% ability duration. And I have 1 Tau Forge Violet Archon shard. That gives me an additional 30% energy on health pickups and an additional 30 health on energy pickups. I'm tempted to change this to a yellow shard. I'm not very sure. In some of the testing I've done, I've seen where the yellow shard is better. This gives me more health and more energy because of equilibrium. But I'm still not 100% decided on keeping the violet one. Then I have my Trumna Prime, which is part of this whole kit. I have a ribbon in it. Finally got one to where I wanted to be at. Wish it was just a tad bit higher on the ribbon disposition scale, but it's still perfectly serviceable. Because it's 94%, and then I'm always freezing enemies, so I push it way over. But it also has regular damage, which increases my damage output, which is an amazing thing to have. Then I have Galvanized Chamber, which gives me 80% multi-shot, which gains an additional 150% after 5 kills, which lasts for 20 seconds each, which once I get this thing fully going, it's not hard to keep it up, which gives me a total of 230% multi-shot, which essentially means each pull of the trigger, I'm firing 3 rounds, or firing the equivalent of 3 rounds for the cost of 1, with the possibility of 4 rounds for the cost of 1. And then Galvanized Aptitude gives me 80% status chance. On kill, I get plus 40% direct damage per status type affecting the target for 20 seconds, stacking up to 2 times, which means I can get an additional 80% direct damage for each stack on them. And since my companion is built to just constantly put status effects on my enemies, it stays up all the time. And I also have this set with 100% status. Be able to constantly proc statuses of its own. Then I have critical delay, which increases my critical chance by 200% and reduces my fire rate by 20%, which is not a big of a deal. And I have Vital Sense, increases my critical damage by 120%. Speed Trigger, it basically nullifies the fire rate decrease from that and gives me an extra fire rate on top of that. And this is where I put my 2 elemental mods. I usually run the ones that's an element and status chance, so I can keep my status chance up. Then over here in the utility slot, I run Stabilizer, which reduces recoil, which is beautiful. What is saying? Which I still don't know if I have that yet. Yeah, I have Vile Precision. Reduces my fire rate. I think I tried it once before. I didn't entirely like it. But it made it have even less recoil where it pretty much wouldn't even move when I'm firing it. And then for Arcane, just to give me damage overall, on every kill I get an additional 30% damage up to 12. Gives me 360% damage increase, which on this weapon is already an absurd amount. And it also just gives me a passive plus 30% to my reload speed. And then the Trumna has its own little secondary fire mode. And once I kill 5 enemies, it primes the secondary fire mode, which I fire out a bunch of grenades that explode and basically wipe everything out in the area. And that has almost 150% critical chance. And then my sidearm of choice. I'm going to butcher this, because I've butchered it every time I've tried to say it. It is the cephalocrium. I'm almost guaranteed that I said that entirely wrong. I will accept that. I run Hornet Strike on it for, just base damage. Prime Pistol Gambit because I don't see the point of slowing it down when I don't need to. I get it over to 100% anyways. With this, I have Target Cracker, increases critical damage by 110%. Galvanized Defusion, which gives me 110% multi-shot. Gets up to 100, gains an additional 120, bring it up to 230. And then for my Riven, which I know not everybody's going to have access to this, I 100% understand. It took me a while to. I got a Riven and it took me forever to finally get a good roll on it. Mainly what I was trying to get on it was the critical chance, which was 160.4% critical chance. Amazing to have. Because this thing shoots little mini rockets, or mini explosives, to be more accurate. And it fires 2 at a time in a burst fire. So that 90 round magazine I have is more like a 45 round magazine. And it also increases my ammo maximum, so I have more to pull from. I was going to do more damage to Grenier, which I truly didn't need help in that department, but I will take it. And it also gives me 127% more puncture damage. So also, I'm not going to argue in that department. Then I have Galvanized Shot. It's mainly there just to get its second effect because this is really not a status-based weapon. This really doesn't do it. With this and 2 mods, other mods that increases the status chance, you got it all the way up to 42%. But yeah, it's mainly to get the extra, and this actually, since it's pistol, this stacks up to 3 times, which gets to 120%, so it gets even higher. Then, the 2 elemental mods of my choice, or your choice, whichever one you feel will work best for the situation. Steady hands, reduce recoil, which, granted, the mod I did have on here did affect my recoil, or the last one I had on here, had a negative on there that affected my recoil slash accuracy. I was thinking I had the corrupted mod for this one, but I don't. But and then my arcane, I gain 1 overguard for every 100 damage dealt to enemies overguard. And it deals 8 times extra damage to overguard. So I can keep my overguard up with this. And so it's a nice little thing to have. And I primarily use it when I'm fighting enemies that have a whole lot of overguard to begin with. I'll pull this out and I'll use it against them. Just like the Trumna, this has an alternate fire that builds up after 5 kills with it. It allows you to fire rockets that lock onto the target and home in on them. It's pretty nice to have. And it also does like a fair bit of damage too. 170% critical chance, 6.3 times multiplier. It does good. And then my melee weapon of choice, the Graham Prime, or as I renamed it to the Umber Graham Prime, because I have 2 Graham Primes to begin with, one for my old account, one for my current account. But I put Sacrificial Steel on here, which is an Umbra mod, and I used the Polarity to put it in there. I mainly did this just to distinguish the 2. But to start with the beginning, I have the Riven mod that I'm using. You don't have to have a Riven mod for any of the stuff I've been using. It just won't be quite as high on the numbers. But this one is set up to increase my melee damage, my status chance. Allow me to get over 100% status chance. And I have Prime Fury, which increases my attack speed, so I can swing the sword faster. I have Prime Reach, which just greatly increases my range. Sacrificial Steel, which I was talking about a second ago, gives me 220% critical chance, which gives me just over 100%. Condition Overload is just like the galvanized shot and amplitude, where I gain 80% melee damage per status type affecting the target. It does have a limit, it just doesn't state it. I think it's up to, I think it's 4, I think. 3 or 4 stacks. And then it just caps out, it doesn't increase anymore. And then I run 3 elemental mods on here just to give me a good elemental combo. And then I prefer the Tempo Royale stance because it has a lot of wide sweeping attacks. Allows you to catch multiple enemies at one time. That way you don't have to you have to fight every single target with a melee weapon or shoot every single target that's right in your face. You can just swing, take them all out. Not that big of a deal. Catch them in a nice wide arcing area. And then as far as my Tennokai or Exless mod that I use Dreamer's Wrath, which allows me to use Tennokai, which increases the opportunity chance by 50%, and increases my critical damage by 32% for my Tennokai attacks. And since I'm guaranteed to do a critical, it always increases by 32%. And then my arcane for this is on base critical hits, which are just regular criticals, not enhanced criticals or super criticals. Because once you see 200% or 100 over 100%, you have a chance to do what I like to call an enhanced critical, which basically triggers your critical multiplier again on top of your critical. You already did. So it'll be 2.6 times my damage. And then if I get the enhanced critical, it'll be another 2.6 times on top of that damage. I already did. And then you have a super critical, which is if you exceed 200% critical chance, it basically applies it again on top of what you already did. But this way it works is I have 100% chance for my attack to strike a second time. Basically, when I hit him with a critical attack, I basically hit him a second time, and since my status is critical, it doesn't trigger it multiple times, so it's not like I hit him one time and they get hit like 20 times till they die. It just causes a second hit off of the first one, so that's how that works out. Something I almost never show off is when I have my Parazon made up. I have Blood for Life, which gives me a health orb on a mercy. Blood for Energy gives me a 50% chance to get an energy orb on mercy. And then Blood for Ammo, it refills my primary and secondary magazine by 100%. Doesn't take from my ammo pool, it just refills the magazine 100%. So it's like a free reload. So, and with this having extremely slow reload speed, this with extremely slow reload speed, it's amazing to have that. And then we come over here to my companion, Zexneil, which is my hound. He's a model Brea hound, which is his head. Garma core and Ergo bracket and a Hinta stabilizer. But which I specifically chose this type because I wanted this specific weapon, which I'll get to in a second. Synergize Proboscis. I think that's right. Or Prospectus. Basically fires a little electric ball that hits the nearest enemy within 30 meters. It does okay damage. And and that arcs out in like a 10-meter range, and it ricochets up to 7 times, seeking out the nearest enemy in 30 meters. This right here will proc my Archon Stretch on my Warframe, causing me to regenerate 2 energy a second for 5 seconds. And he constantly has this going. I have Guardian on him. This is my personal choice. basically, if I lose shields, it'll restore my shields 100%. I think it's a 20-second cooldown on this, which is not too big of a deal because most of the time if my shields drop, I'll notice it and I'll cast Avalanche, get me some overguard real quick. That way I can just survive. Then I have Vacuum, which is just a quality of life mod where he just picks up everything in a 13.5 meter radius. Is the way it used to work. But now it stacks this on top of my basic pull-in range. So I think it went from a base of, I think it's like 5 or 10 meters, and just add this on top of it. I want to say it's 5, so it goes up to like 18.5 meters now, so it's not bad. Then I have Duplex Bond, where my companion will clone himself whenever I use 100 energy. Clones live for 30 seconds, can't use their ability, but they have a 50% chance of dropping an energy orb when they kill enemies. Which, combined with my equilibrium, will keep my health topped off whenever I need it, or just replenish my energy. Synth Deconstruct is in here for 2 reasons. Reason 1 is whenever my companion hurts an enemy, has a 25% chance when that enemy dies to drop a health orb. Basically, when he uses his little spark, it zaps a bunch of enemies, triggers this, which then makes every single enemy have a 25% chance to drop a health orb when I kill them, or at least all the ones that were affected by that. And then when I have my primary or secondary holstered, it reloads 5% of the magazines. It is plural because I could be using a melee and I'll be reloading both if I used both while I'm using the melee. So I don't have to have it in my hand. Just say if I'm fighting something that's got a whole lot of overguard and I switch from my primary to my secondary, it'll start reloading my primary. So I'll have more ammo in it by the time I get done with the one with the overguard. So, and then primed Animal Instinct, increasing my loot radar and my enemy radar. Now this is what I was talking about. We have a passive enemy radar, not a passive collection radius. Never mind. Completely wrong on that one. But your enemy radar, it stacks on top of your basic enemy radar that you just have outright. And your companion doesn't have to be beside you or anything like that. And the loot radar lets you see where containers are at for resources. And then we get to the more defensive mods on him. Link Fiber, he gains 125% of my Warframe's armor. Link Vitality, same thing as this one, 125% of my Warframe's max health. Link Redirection, same thing, 125% of my Warframe's max shields. And then one of the other real good mods I have on here, Manful Bond, companion preset mods, apply status effects from companion weapons. Killing enemies with 3 or more unique status effects reduces companion abilities cooldown by 3 seconds. I.e., since he applies no less than like 5, I pretty much, when I kill them, they instantly reset this. This has a, it doesn't say it right here, but if I remember correctly, it has like a 30 to 60 second cooldown, and I can wipe out like 10 to 20 enemies in like a couple of seconds that have been affected by multiple status effects because of that. And then I have one that just has this in here because, well, it's also my kind of older build too. But that's basically there for the Warframes that I have that don't have shields in the first place. And then get to his melee weapon. I have multiple configurations Shattering Impact I'm planning to remove whenever I get Magnetic Rush, which will add yet another damage type that he can apply to enemies. Because Shattering Impact does nothing for me at this point, because between him just having built-in corrosive radiation, just to strip enemies' armor, it doesn't really make much difference at this point. Because I have him set up for corrosive cold, because cold, stacks better, causes people to take enemies to take more critical damage in general. But go over what I got on him. I got Prime Pressure Point because it's a melee weapon. Spoiled Strike just to increase the melee damage even more. Melee Prowess. Excuse me. Which I could probably remove and be perfectly fine, as I don't really need the status chance on here. I could probably remove this and put in an attack speed mod. Might help him out. It actually doesn't even have an attack speed thing on him, so it wouldn't do any good. Shattering Impact. Whenever he does impact damage, reduces enemy armor by 6. That's their base armor, not their multiplied armor. They could have, like with me, I have like over 1,000, but my base is 300 and something. Which means after about 50 hits, he would strip me of all my armor. But I don't intend to keep this. I plan to put Magnetic Rush in here just to add in another status proc in general. And then I have my elemental mods in here, which I prefer to run Corrosive Cold and Radiation, just to give me a good spread of different damages. Plus, it also procs. Radiation causes enemies to be confused and start attacking each other. Corrosive reduces armor. Cold statuses increases critical damage. Impact makes it where it's easier for me to mercy them. And Slash just does damage over time. Which this also procs electrical damage, which, if I remember correctly, stuns enemies, and it's arcs from one enemy to another. It doesn't stun them for very long, but just for a few seconds. Not gonna go over Markwing stuff, because I almost never use this stuff. But I guess I might as well do it real quick, just for the sake of it. Have enhanced durability, increased health. Argon plating, increased armor. Yes, that shows you how low of armor it has. It has 100% armor, and it has 100 armor. Energy inversion increases shield capacity. Power increases energy max. System reroute increases efficiency. Basic transferal, duration. Prime Morphic Transformer increases ability strength. And then Hyperion Thrusters just to increase speed. I'm going to use the Itzel for the mainly because of its spread speed. And nothing else. I mean, I do use the drones. And I will occasionally use the black hole, but that's about it. I just mainly use it as a means to get around. I use the Mazelon, which once I make 5 kills of an enemy, I can fire one charge shot that does massive damage. Prime Rapido Line Barrel increases my damage by 187%. Automatic Trigger increases my fire rate. Hollowed Bullets increases my critical damage. Parallax Scope increases my critical chance. Sabbat Rounds increases my damage and punch through, which I like how they've locked punch through, so it's just increasing damage. Magazine Extension increases magazine size. It's never a bad thing. And then 2 elemental mods. Which on this one I have radiation because I tend to use it against the Orb Mother. And they're weak to radiation. And then I have my arc melee. Not really done up because arc melee is really not that most important thing in the world. But I have cutting edge, extend, bleeding edge, which is critical damage. I don't even know what I plan to put there. Tempered blade, which increases my critical chance, and then 2 elemental mods, and astral autopsy. I really don't even know what I planned to put up there. I don't even have enough capacity to put this in. But yeah, to be honest, I don't even know what I intended to put there, if anything at all. And I got my Void Rig, which is my go-to necromech. Which essentially I consider this like kind of a basic setup. It's not an overly complicated setup. It's not an overpowered setup by any means. Granted, you can't really make them look so strong because these are all the mods I didn't use. That's all the mods you have for them, for pretty much. But I have Necromech Redirection, increases shield capacity. Necromech Steel Fiber, increases armor, vitality, increases health. Necromech Repair, restores 10% of my health a second over 3 seconds when health drops below 20% for 15 seconds. Necromech Flow increases energy capacity by 100%. Streamline increases efficiency. Stretch increases range. Enemy Sense gives me enemy radar. Necromech Intensify increases my ability strength. Rage converts 15% of damage on health to energy without shields. Ally Overguard imitates health. Necromech Continuity increases my duration. And then Necromech Thrusters increases Agent Max. I almost primarily use Storm Shroud and Guard Mode. Storm Shroud just gives me kind of a set of overguard to a degree. It shocks any nearby enemies. Guard Mode allows me access to the mortar, where right here it looks like, oh, only 650 damage is what it does. It does way more than that. And I get it equipped with the Muzzlon, no different than the one up there. But the Aerochrobex, if I'm saying that anywhere close to correct, is equipped with Prime Line Barrel, same as the previous one. It's almost an exact identical build. Just difference is I have 3 elemental mods. I have Atomic Trigger, increased fire rate, bullets for increased critical damage, Parallax Scope for critical chance, 7 rounds for increased damage because there's no punch through. Then Electrified Barrel, combustion rounds, and Venomous Clip for radiation and toxin because I use this to hunt Eidolons, and Eidolons is extremely weak to radiation. 100% critical chance on this all the way across the board. The damage on basically the direct shell is like 159, which is not a whole lot. But then you get down here to the actual explosion, because it's essentially a mortar. And it's almost 200,000 damage with a 5.4 times critical multiplier. So I can easily get over to 1,000,000 damage. And I haven't used it since they've, updated the get my brain right here in a second. Since they updated the cold damage, where it increases critical damage. And since I have my companion set up to apply cold status, and, you know, where it increases my critical damage, I can probably easily get over 1 million now. No problem. K drive, that's just lost and forgotten in the corner. I don't ever use it. Um, but that's it for my Warframe and the weapons I use with it. I do specifically use the Monterey school. Currently working on finishing out the skills on it, but I mainly use this in conjunction with the rest of the waybound passives, because increases my. This one increases my health and armor by 200%. This one gives me health regeneration, regenerate 6 health a second, and it's 12 when I'm inside the Warframe. Gives me 90% more energy. Gives me 90% more regeneration on my energy. Allows me to move 30% faster. Allows me to increases the range of my void sling by 30%. But this is where the real bread and butter really comes in at. Last gasp is when my Warframe goes down, I can transfer out. And once I kill 3 enemies before 15 seconds elapse, I can revive my Warframe. Vengeance goes in tandem with Last Gasp. Operator damage is increased by 100%, plus an additional 25% per second. So I can get way on up there in the damage. I have Phoenix Talon, which increases my physical damage and operator damage by 30%. That just outright activates whenever I'm my operator or drifter. And then I have Power Transfer, which gives me 100% amp critical damage for 20 seconds on switching to operator. So when I pop out, I have 100% more critical damage. This gives me more energy for my amp, and it gives me more regeneration for my amp. But where it really comes into play is I use Void Strike, which gives me 10% more damage for every percentage of energy consumed. And Void Fuel gives me more efficiency with my weapons when I do that. But it gets to because it's 10% per 1%, or per 1 point of my energy I consume. And I think it gets in the neighborhood of about 2,000% increase, if I'm remembering correctly. Because of Void Flow, since I have that now. So I can get a massive amount of damage increase. And then the amp I use to take advantage of this is my Z Blaster, as I call it. It has 50% critical chance and 2 times critical multiplier. Fully automatic. So, I have that nice going for me. Secondary fire is a charge shot. 34% critical chance and 18% status, or 1.6 critical time multiplier, and 2 times for this one. 1,000 damage and 18,000 damage. But I also have Eternal Eradicate, which on operator ability increases my amp damage by 60% for 8 seconds, which stacks on top of what I already have. So with Last Gasp on, once I empty my energy, I increase whatever it's at by another 60% on top of that for 8 seconds. Which is the same amount of time that Void Strike lasts. So I add an extra 60% on top of that. And then Eternal Onslaught increases my critical chance by 180%. So 34% critical chance is almost 100%, and the 50 is over 100%. Or it might be, let's see, it's either 100% on both, or the secondary fire is almost 100%. and it's on energy depleted. And when you activate Void Strike, it completely depletes your energy anyways. So basically, if my Warframe goes down before I ever even get to using a revive, I will activate Void Strike, emptying my energy pool, causing both of these to trigger, making my amp do an absurd amount more damage. One of the reasons why, or the main reason why, I run the Ram Prime, outside of the fact that I do actually like the weapon, is the arcane I have on my operator, which I was talking about this the other day. I didn't know if I had it maxed out yet or not, which I do. When I do a melee attack to transfer it back to my Warframe, heavy blades deal an additional 300% critical damage with 4 consecutive attacks with a 20-second cooldown. That's why I'm not worried about having critical damage on my Grand Prime, because I have an automatic 300% critical damage increase. And then I have Magus Husk. It's just a personal choice. It just gives me a flat 300 armor on top of everything else I have, which is plus 200%. It gives me 900 armor. So my operator is fairly tanky. He can take a nice little bit of a beating. I do have a second amp I do use. Let's see. Make sure I found the right one. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's it. There ain't gonna be really no physical difference in the view, but this one is I essentially use for when I am focus farming and I'm fighting the Angel while I'm at it too, because it's a single shot. It has a massive amount of critical chance on both fire modes, and I also use it when I'm hunting Eidolons. Makes it so much easier because I can basically whittle away their shields in a matter of moments. And it has the same arcanes on it, no difference, and it works exactly the same as the other one. So all the stuff from my operator. I have been working on the Drifter stuff, but I haven't gotten far enough into Drifter intrinsics to be able to actually benefit from any of that. Let me do one mission before I start putting the Omniforma in my Frost. I'm not going to do a regular mission. I'm going to do a Steel Path mission because my Frost is not meant for... Ah, yes. I have to Steel Path Tesub. Let's go here. Let's see. They don't like radiation, which I'm already set. Viral, I do believe, but I'm going to double check. Never hurts to double check. Make sure your loadout is actually what you want it to be. I've done that several times. Yeah, viral. I like that I changed these little emblems because I can just look at the top and see which one it is. That one's viral, and this one should also be viral. Alright. Alright, so I am set up the way I need to be set up. Alright. I'm used to going to Oxmoko. That's the soup. These level 115 and 110 to 115 enemies with a Steel Path multiplier.
These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
Libertatia, baby!
Just to have fun. Well, fist.
That shut you up.
And see, I'm already doing a whole lot of damage to them. It really doesn't take long to take care of. Level 110 enemies. A good weapon in general. The Trumna is an amazing weapon to begin with. So. It's not just the build I have on it, it's just an outright amazing weapon to begin with. So.
You need to take them out.
And see, I just froze them. I used 100 energy right there and it made a clone of him. They just made another one.
You are in for it now.
Luckily, they don't trigger the pressure plates. You can see he's constantly using his ability. And see, I can freeze them all the way down. There, 3rd degree. I can have those grenades. And just to prove my point, it's reloading 86% of my magazine right at the moment. It's actually got up to 100% already. But yeah, see, it fires little explosions. It doesn't matter if you get headshot, body shots. As long as you hit them, that's all you gotta do. And as you saw, my energy kind of really spiked up there because I froze every enemy in the room. If they don't kill everything between me and the next group, you just paint your targets. See, Winter's Overguard. I currently have 8,431 Overguard. I guess next I should show off this thing. Graham Prime.
Didn't even break a sweat.
But granted, with their armor, it makes it a little difficult to get through it with the sword, but just a little. And these guys have no armor whatsoever. As you can tell, I pick up health orbs to store energy.
Start blasting.
And see, that was an Xmas unit. Which usually heavily. Yeah, you usually have enhanced stats over regular enemies. Excuse me.
Is that all you got?
There we go. Had that taken care of. That's the attack buff variant of Eclipse. You don't really need it. I'm already doing so much damage, I don't really need the attack buff.
Hey, we got volunteers for fertilizer detail.
Okay. I think I might enjoy this new Frost skin. Or at least Frost's proto frame, anyways. Oh yeah. Let me swap to you. Find somebody I can do a. Let's see.
Ooh, yeah.
Went from having. Yeah, that's very much like me. Surprised at how much he is
One more for the Undertaker.
like me on this. But yeah. And as you can tell, I don't really need to switch to my sidearm.
Close to pissing me off.
Take care of Overguard. I prefer to use my sidearm to handle it. You can see it normally only fires like 2 grenades, I think, or 3. But due to my multi-shot, it fires multiple grenades at a time. Also, on a side note, Frost in general is one of the slowest Warframes you can have. A 0.95 or 0.95 sprint speed, which means I don't even increase my sprint speed
Iced one.
or increase my speed that much when sprinting. So, here's an acolyte. An acolyte with no armor, and they're dead. All I had to do was just keep shooting them several times.
Can you kids keep it down?
Reload the magazine for free. And see, once I start getting everything built up, momentum of my abilities, keep my energy topped off, I can just sit here, strip armor, produce overguard.
Frozen.
I'm sitting at 21,000 overguard right now. Constantly keeping 5 charges. Or no, 5 charges I need. No.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission.
I mean,
Find distraction.
It's not hard to take care of all that in no time, right there. I didn't think I'd catch him, but I could catch most of them. One thing is due to the way I'm set up, I can basically infinitely
Fall down.
cast my
Go boom.
abilities. To a degree, not 100% infinite. Or once the enemy density drops down enough, it's not 100% infinite anymore. I was using Archon Flow, which whenever I killed anybody with an ice ability, I had a chance to spawn an energy orb. At this high level,
Jerkwads are us.
at this high level, I don't really have enough ability strength, even with a high ability strength build, to be able to kill them with my abilities. So.
Yeah, didn't think so.
So, kind of gave up on using that. I was using Molt Augmented. I didn't feel it was necessary enough. 'Cause I didn't need a ton of ability strength anyways. So. It was mainly I just needed enough ability strength to get armor strip. And I only needed the armor strip from, or the ability strength from Umbral Intensify to get there. So
You've done, Tenno.
that's all I needed. And I have a Midori lens on the Trumna. Neramon is on the Grand Prime. There was Seprum. And Zuneric is on Frost himself. So, I'm working multiple focus schools at one time. But yeah, that's how he tends to work on an actual mission. On a side note, I don't know how most of these YouTubers can talk that entire time. I believe most of theirs is edited, but they're having to stop and drink like 20 times. So I'm dying of thirst at this point. But, alright. Let's start with the first one. Omniforma. Putting the first one right here. Excuse me. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go. So, he had 17 Forma in my Frost Prime. Now, you notice my stats went down because, you know, I did Forma him. Just because I want to see if I have a stance Forma in the first place. Oh. Wait, that means I already have one in there. Okay. Okay. Feel like I don't have enough, Omniforma. Gotcha. So does that mean I can use Omniforma here? Yes, I can. Alright. That is good to know for future references. I know they converted it to Omniforma and they said you could use it for any mod slot. I wasn't 100% sure that they meant any mod slot. That's got me curious. Just for the sake of curiosity. Yep. Even works for arc guns. I'm gonna assume arc melee. Just for, yeah. Arc melee. Void rigs had to be included too. No doubt. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, my primary goal is Umbra. Or, well, Frost Prime. So, just for the sake of making dispatching enemies a lot easier. I am going to be using Trum though, so. Carrier, no weapon. Woof. Support setup. There we go. No weapon. Not even going to total melee. Just doing this to speed along the leveling. I mean, I could possibly do Steel Path, but I don't like to try to level things with Steel Path. This is my personal preference. Well, that's what fun would the stream be if I had done all this in like 30 minutes. I gotta pad my runtime somehow.
The tower's neural sentry is operational. I'm picking up multiple threats, all under Orokin control. Wipe them all out.
Yeah, this is gonna be so hard to do. So many enemies. So tough. Yeah. I'll stand like 0 chance of success. I'd probably say less than 0.
Keep fighting. As long as the enemy is here, this tower is useless to us.
I mean, the level 110 enemies went down just like they did, so. It's about the same. And I over-arced my grenades. Whoops. I mean, if I was better at aiming, I would only use 1 round per enemy. And I would have the whole mission done if I ever reloaded my magazine. You know, fortunate for me, I suck at aiming. Plus, you know, I didn't build it for the most ammo efficiency in the world. Yeah, that's one I wouldn't mind seeing. That's prime speed trigger. Get that. Then I wouldn't actually run the vial precision. And then I wouldn't lose any come out here in my brain. I wouldn't lose any fire rate then. They have minus 56% fire rate. Well, like 90% fire rate increase. Like 105% increase if they kept it at a 5% ratio. If I remember correctly, it's 60%. I think that's right. That's all. I mean, if they just retooled it where it peaked out at 110%, where it's just 10% each level, it'd be fine. But, yeah. Probably will never see that. Ever. There's no real no real need for a prime speed trigger, to be honest. It don't need to exist. Here, y'all have grenades. You know what? I'm just going to increase my defense because why not? I don't need to increase my damage. Reduce their damage by 75%. Surprised y'all survived.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
I don't even have to turn the corner to deal with them. It's a shame. It's a shame. Oh yeah, I never did change to a Gemini skin. I'll change to it for my next one. Even if it's only one enemy, it's still worth it.
Another job well executed.
Unranked to 10, not bad. Well, I kind of wish they had put this update out last week. Well, actually, I don't even have to go back. Yeah. Ow. Just hit my wrist on my desk.
You are not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
Daddy's home! They're cold. Bozos entering stupidity range. Another reason why I use the prime short-footed is because I do use explosive weapons. If I didn't have prime short-footed, I'd be staggering myself all the time. I'll shoot at them at point-blank range.
Let's clean up their mess.
Each one of these shells has a little explosion that goes with them.
Cool off.
I mean, yeah, I'll take an Arnold Mr. Freeze any day. Or, yeah.
Is the frickin' circus in town? But yeah, this is my very high-end set. If you can't tell. Did I need to kill them with or use my avalanche? No. Was it nice to use my avalanche? Yes. Nice thing for future me is once I get done doing all these Omniforma. Of course, it's an elevator. It's always an elevator. Always an elevator. But once I get done with all these Omniforma, I'll be able to mix and match and do different builds than what I got. I don't have to worry as much about, like, okay, now I gotta form with this. Well, I gotta leave these polarities the way they are because I formed them for this to be able to do this build.
Yeah, got him.
It's kind of a situation like that. I'm glad they put into Omniforma. You know, it's like if I want to have a completely different build than this, I can have a completely different build. Yeah, I'm stuck with my Umbra mods, which I'm honestly perfectly fine with. That's why I went through the hassle of getting 3 Umbra Forma to put in. But, oh hey look, there's a whole bunch of guys in here. And they're still bouncing.
You are in for it now.
Essentially, I go from being able to kill one enemy to being able to kill all the enemies. And like one, pull the trigger. Where do you think you're going, buddy? Get back here. Let's see. Alright.
Is that all you've got?
They were probably wondering where those grenades came from all of a sudden. They're living a nice peaceful existence, and then, you know. I attack. That's Fire Nation.
Can you kids keep it down?
The enemy is broken. Well done.
I don't think I've identified more with a character. Ever. I'm glad my Gemini skin for my favorite Warframe matches my personality. I just makes me even happier. Not an exact fit, but he matches it.
I warned you.
There we go.
Contact!
Can say I am liking a Gemini skin very much. Plus, I'm also not worried about increasing my ability strength because a lot of builds nowadays use growing power
That's what you
anyways.
get.
And if you got 3 people using growing power, That's 75% additional ability strength whenever you proc a status effect. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what growing power does. So, you're running in a squad where everybody's running growing power, and you're one of those ones who doesn't have a whole lot of ability strength, you'll have a whole lot of ability strength. So it's done. Especially the way my stuff is set up where I can proc statuses at the drop of a hat. It's not even a problem. I don't know why I keep backing out. Oh yeah, it's because I was just gonna switch. I was just gonna switch to this skin, just outright. I'm gonna have to unlock him in the into Hex when I have to do it.
You aren't the first ones here. I'm detecting multiple enemy signatures, and they're all under the control
Yeah.
of the tower.
An energy orb,
Eliminate
good.
the threat.
Or a death orb.
Ah, they died. Boo hoo. Is the frickin' circus in town?
Oh my god. I can't do Railjack with this frost with my Gemini skin. I'm just not gonna be able to do Railjack. Just can't.
The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless.
We're laughing too much between what Sai says and he says. Oh my god. Sarcasm. Just sheer sarcasm off this guy.
Assets frozen.
I just love the ice puns. I mean, granted, I've personally been making them myself for years because I use Frost. If you're not gonna do ice puns, if you're not gonna turn into Arnold Schwarzenegger's Dr. Freeze, I think it's Dr. Freeze, Mr. Freeze, something along those lines. Then why? What are you doing? I mean. At that point, like, why are you even here? If he comes out with an ice to meet you, I'm done.
Yep, they're toast. Oh, you want to fight, huh?
Oh, it's in that room. Okay. Usually one or two grenades. It's always come back anyways.
Warned you. Contact!
Oh, I should have shot that way. I'm in the right direction to shoot. I could have got the most benefit out of that. Just failing to hit the things I'm aiming at.
Yeah, didn't think so.
Oh, it also helps the fact that they're all up there. So, oh, you jump down there. It'd be a shame if I could snipe you from here. I claim to be bad, but I'm
Well done. Now get to extraction.
halfway decent shot. I'm better than terrible, but worse than good.
Fall down, go boom.
Yeah. Yep, D nailed my terrible sense of humor. Perfect. Like I said, give him like 25 more ice puns and it'll be me to a T. I missed.
Yeah, got him.
Oh, hey. There's enough of you to qualify for me using the grenades. It's more than one of you. And of course I picked this up just as soon as there's no enemies. Of course.
Another job well executed.
Cool. Oh, what up, a rank in Nightwave? See, I made a pun. Using Frost, I just said cool. About to roll up a rank in Nightwave.
Nora's got the good
Guess
for
not.
one lucky dreamer.
Oh, set at 8,000, so yeah, my definite next score would put me there. And both mirror defense objectives 3 times each in a single mission. Kill 150 enemies with a secondary weapon. Kill 150 enemies with radiation. Okay, let me do some double duty then. I like the whole favorite system. I love that to death. Switch to radiation. And yes, this has 12 forma in it. I've changed it a few dozen times. Can say my former count on a lot of things going forward is going to drop significantly. Because if I remember right, my original Frost Prime, I think he had like 17 forma in him.
You aren't the first ones here.
I kept tweaking his build, changing it from one thing to another.
Control of the tower. Eliminate the threat.
Got me up another one.
And these guys are resistant to radiation. That tells you how much damage I do. Hey, I guess I could actually show this off now.
Keep fighting. As long as the enemy is here, this tower is useless.
Oh yeah, that's the secondary fire mode of this. This locks on the bolt. You just pull the reticle across them, you paint them as a target, you pull the trigger, and you basically just shoot a bunch of rockets. 1, 2, 3.
Target down.
I tend to just aim up and over my head just so it fly up and around. 1, it looks cooler. 2, I know I don't accidentally hit any of the, I guess you could say, the environment and accidentally blow them up before they hit the targets. I don't know how many times I've done that. It's taking myself a lot of time to correct that behavior. The nice thing is if you just want to whale one target with all the rockets, you can. You know. Like so. It just catches all 5 of them. I know.
Didn't think so.
My overguard. As they now have the overguard ancients that just produce overguard all the time. If you have a secondary you're very comfortable with, you could with secondary fortify you can
Stupidity range.
keep a lot of it up. Yeah, you can see the slow reload speed on it. Or you could just point it at somebody and dump it all in them at one time. Somebody with reasonably bad aim would do. Even with homing missiles. Now you can catch enemies with collateral because they do explode, so. Most of the time, if it's a real dense crowd, I'll just aim in the crowd. I don't care what I hit.
Yep, they're toast.
But are they butter toast?
Location marked.
Oh, nice. Oh, that was a waste.
Threat.
Do you mind? I'm trying not to have my face burned off. I finally got one. And unlike some Warframe players, I'm probably not gonna have to wait a decade to get mine. It depends on the. Plus, they're seeing how well received they are, so they most likely won't like shelve the whole idea of proto frames, like some of the other stuff has been shelved.
Little things, big things.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Believe in you all.
Remember, the buddy system doesn't always work.
Maximus.
Hey, we got
And
volunteers for fertilizer detail.
And 150 kills of Earth radiation. Oh, that's where I need to go. I just hit you. Alright. Done deal.
Another job well executed.
Alright, 20. I don't think I went up a whole lot of levels, but 20 is still good. I got 65 more for Nightwave, so yeah. I only need like 2,000. Yeah. I got plenty. Seven. I think I already had that one.
Stop
Yep.
believing, dreamers.
Let's see. Credit offerings. I mean, I can keep getting Kuva. I'll never be a bad choice. I'm not even going to read that wall of text. Yeah, I have one crafted. I've already maxed it. I don't use the Electron. I don't particularly like it. I like the Electron Prime, but if I remember correctly, this won't work for it. It has to be like it has to say Electron Prime. Yeah. 10k Kuba. Here we go. I know I don't have that. I always take more weapon slots. No, I don't have that. Okay, so we still have Stance Former. So I didn't take that away. So, or change it in any capacity. Ribbon Cipher, not bad. I want this proto neck make skin. Looks nice. But I'm also mainly working towards the Umbra Former. I'm trying to increase my supply of them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Prefer the Trumna over the Sepulchre. I prefer automatic over non-automatic. Just a personal choice.
The tower's neural sentry is operational. I'm picking up multiple threats, all under Orokin control. Wipe them all
Chat.
out.
Ah, yeah. Violence!
I feel like he'd be the guy that would play. Why can't we be friends while gunning down a whole mob of people?
The tower's
just
neural sentry has turned
personally
these
how I
sentries
feel you would
into
be.
ruthless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, that'd be about how I would be. I'm like, I'm either killing them with bullets or irony, one of the two. Because they're either going to be dead all the way through or just dead on the inside by the time I'm done.
Yeah, try and jump us. See how that works out for you.
Well, he just died from fire damage.
Yeah, got him.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to fight, huh?
They used to be the bane of my existence. Now they're barely even a nuisance. Heavy gunners used to be a problem for me. Let's see. Do that way. I essentially launched a nuke over in that direction and watched everything disappear. Hey, look, enemies this way. Now there's not enemies that way anymore.
This bunch has got to be fresh out of bad guy boot camp. Wow.
It's kind of a military joke of, you know, enemies are that way, so I'm going to destroy it that way.
You have broken their
Can't be
ranks.
enemies over there if there's no over there anymore.
Find extraction.
Essentially. It's the American way. It's just how it works. And to be honest, I feel like this setup is very American. Almost makes me want to change my colors to red, white, and blue. You know, keep it patriotic.
Is the frickin' circus in town?
Oh, hi, they're all congregating in one spot. Y'all can run, but y'all just gonna die exhausted. And you can run away, but the only thing it's gonna achieve is you dying tired. I'm surprised I didn't kill more enemies. And they run. Y'all just keep spawning more for me. It's fine.
Jumpin' old man, would ya?
Again, that's hit me like on the nose. I gotta do a backflip with him. Just for the sake of it. There we go. There's a backflip. There we go. Alright. Did my little cartwheels.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I even like the boot spikes he has. Sticking out of his knees. Nice homage to Base Frost. With his real pointy kneecaps. Excuse me. Alrighty.
Not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
You wanna fight, huh?
Yep, I know at this point I got a bunch of stuff that's gonna need Omniforma. Pretty much all my main stuff is getting Omniforma. And out of all my main stuff, the only thing that's not gonna get it
Soldiers into
is
mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
one Arcwing. I don't care if that gets any Omniforma. That's not changing. Void Rig, not changing. Not worried about that. Any arc guns, I'm almost positive are not gonna change.
That's what you get.
My companion I'll do because you never know. There's always new mods coming out. I feel like Arcwing is kind of just forgotten, along with Arc Gun and Arc Melee. I truly don't expect nothing to happen with that. But they're always releasing new companion mods. So, you know, having universal slots on your companion, not a bad idea. It's like, hey, they dropped this nice new mod. It does a whole lot of things. It makes your build 1,000 times better.
Delivery from Jerkwads R Us.
Nice. But, yeah, it'll be a good one to do on my companion.
Yeah, got him.
Or specifically my hound. Probably my hound and, maybe my moa. Maybe my moa.
Jumpin' old man, would ya?
I'm gonna just go freeze. Really? You're trying to steal my shtick? Come on.
Threat neutralized.
Yeah, there's a lot of threats are neutralized. A lot of threats aren't threatening.
Hey, we got volunteers for fertilizer detail.
Like I said, I would have too much fun in Railjack now. I think I found my will to finally finish getting my intrinsics for Railjack. Do it with Frost,
Nice
the
one.
Velmer or Ramil, Gemini skin. Just listen to him and sigh the whole time. Done.
Make some noise.
I was kind of getting a little tired of Warframe. Not like where I'd stop playing, but yeah, it wasn't exciting me as much as it normally does. But yeah, you know, this now, yeah, this'll do me. It breathed a nice little fresh air into my game.
Didn't even break a sweat.
And yeah, I do 10,000% support the coupling of. I was thinking what it was. Velmer, Vilmar, and Minerva. 100% supported. You know, who doesn't like Barrel?
Can you kids keep it down?
Always been a Frost Ember kind of guy, but
Go boom.
The enemy
I
is
could do a
defeated.
Frost Seer.
Well
I
done.
could-
Now get to
I
extraction.
can live with it. I mean, it is a fully automatic heavy machine gun. That also shoots grenades that explode each time they bounce.
Is that all you got?
Trying to set up a shot and then the door shut. There we go. Oh, cool. Hey, you all decided to congregate together. Good.
You are in for it now.
Oh, yeah, they did add like another setting, didn't they? Okay. I probably did him worse than I probably should have, but I felt like it was the right answer.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
But yeah. Am I going to get 6,000 on you for that? I don't know. I don't know how close I am to max standing. I have 10,000 left, so I say a third of that would go to it, so it's about 3,000. Maybe. I wouldn't say half. I'd say a third. Guess these are all the new weapons. Yeah. That's temple, new cosmetics, Gyrus Deluxe skin. See all the new stuff. I have my guys here. Hexalon pack. Complete protection antivirus pack. Domestic. Stardust signal. Elemental Vice. Oh, yeah. Of an adversary weapon, so that means basically Lich. Okay. So now it doesn't matter nearly as much. Okay, cool. I don't really care about the Scourger look. I do care about these weapons, though. Semi-automatic, 9-round magazine. Good critical chance. Meh status, but good critical. That's a grenade launcher. Whatever fire pummels targets with. Oh, it's an underslung shotgun. Nice. That is very nice. I might accidentally have to look into getting that. Let's see. This is. I believe this is a sidearm. 27% critical chance. 33 status on the charge shot. Riot 848. Never stop fighting. Never run out of ammo. Temple's signature machine pistol was modified by Albrecht and Trotty to warp fired bullets back into the magazine when reloaded. Okay. That would take me having to see that to have an understanding of how that works. Rainbow detect riot have sewn this vicious pair of Scholar hand size. Ooh. Oh, I thought that was 33. I hear I say, I'm like, that's 33. Ooh, I think we just found us a good set of weapons. But no. I mean, they're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I don't want to spend platinum right now on stuff. So it would be, I figured out how to acquire these. I know I acquire it from the Hex. Yeah, it's seasonal. To be perfectly honest, it kind of fits. Blue season. The virus weapons. Oh yeah, I know we got a new round of Tennogen. I know, I was working on leveling stuff. And think brain, think. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it just went up that one did. Let's see, palm unit. Yeah. Salsa square, stage defense. I think to access it, I gotta be rank 4 with the Hex. I mean, let me check real quick.
So, what do you need?
Let's see, I am what? A 3 of them. Or some 3. Oh, I just need the standing. Okay. That ain't too hard.
Dressed up?
What was my max daily standing again? 30. 30,000, that's my max. Okay. Cool. Cool. So I wouldn't be able to do it tonight, even if I wanted to. Okay, cool. So, back to grinding out those levels. Yes, I do have a towel forged one. 100% bile. Yeah, I'll remove it. 'Cause I feel like the 150% effectiveness of health orbs, yeah. I just feel like that's the better one to go with. I just feel like the amber or the yellow shard. I feel like that's the better one to go with. Just personal opinion. Yeah, I tried a parasitic armor. I didn't like it. I'm still trying to figure out a good one, but yeah, the pillars are just not it. Banish now. The hot one's not it. Malt, not really. Mind control has definitely not it. All stars is a no. Block chance 50%. Heal multipliers 1 times. Recast count 5. Internal cooldown 3 seconds. Gain between 10 and 20. But it can't gain invulnerability. Surround yourself with Amanari charms, each with a chance to have enemy attacks heal you instead of damage you. The number of charms is time. More dice rolls. Trey Valley with a guitar to spawn several fire pillars. Fire techniques bonus 2 times. Rippers whale bonus. Max pillars 5 radius. That's just straight damage. It's not bad. Backbeat synergy is unavailable. Reeve. Yeah. Shooting gallery quiver. Shuriken. Tempest barrage. Nah. File rush. No. Thermal sunder. No. Summon Thorasis shield. Arrows to shield of Cynex with arrows to repel enemies and reduce their shields and armor. Cynex regenerates health for every enemy struck. Okay, that's a maybe. Wait, Warcry increases your armor? Alright. I might go with Warcry. Let's see. I think I got a Valkyrie laying around here somewhere. I do have 2 accounts worth of Warframes. Bear with me for a moment. Very good. Let's get all the way down here to the V's. Let's see. Bolt. Ah, there goes the Valkyrie I plan to feed to the wall. Just because I want to get a feel for it, I'm going to rush it. Subsume. Of course, I never have all the materials on. Never. Never. Okay, it's 100%. I won't pay attention to what it needed. There, I got 300 of those. Narcotics. I'm gonna eventually have to farm this stuff again at some point. Oh, 8 of those? Sure. Bile. Yeah. That's all argon crystals are good for with me, to be honest, at this point. Alright, let's try this again. Five out here. Because I didn't know it gave me an armor increase. And I'm already built for duration, so. I don't know why it always gets back to the Necros. Which one is the one that had it on there? Parasitic armor. Yeah. Alright, C. FT. Don't want to use it, but at the same time. I don't know what its deal was. Alright, let's see. Where are you at, Warcry? There we go. Let's see, over Ice Wave, Indian every day. You know, it'd be nice if they added a scream to them when they were doing this. So, let me double check this before I start. Yeah, this is my full kit. With Warcry. Back here, let's out a rallying cry. Okay. Increases attack speed, so melee attack speed. It's fine. What I'm really liking is the 88.5% armor increase. Diminished speed increase. Haha. I don't care. And it does slow my enemies, but I won't really looking for the slow. It's just a complete and utter afterthought. Since that's more of a melee focused one, I will use my melee weapon and just take advantage of it. See how I'm gonna like it.
You aren't the first ones here. I'm detecting multiple enemy signatures, and they're all under.
Alright, let's see. You're not gonna show me my info, are you? I'd have to go to the simulacrum and whatnot.
Under the control of the tower. Eliminate the threat.
Iced one.
Alright, cool. Do attack faster. Cause them to be slower. I'd say this was a slow weapon to begin with, but yeah. Not bad.
The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Alright, 485, not bad, not bad. Under effective Warcry.
That shut you up.
does have an extremely short duration time, though. I was kind of hoping it would actually increase my speed itself, not my attack speed. But I'm like, gives me more armor and fixes my one weakness. So I'm like, alright, I can live with that. But not what I was saying. Or it wasn't what I was thinking it was.
Bozos entering stupidity range.
Yeah. 100% going back to my gun, and 100% going back to my Eclipse. You gotta be slow, you might as well be the hardest thing to kill.
Fall down. Go boom.
I do swing a lot faster, I give them that. Not as much of an issue as, at least not with me anyways. Some other people have with the attack speeds. Fine with it. I kinda don't want the speed decrease. Go down. I could already just completely stop their movement anyways. So. And with the way my build is, I can always just use Avalanche to freeze them and strip away their armor.
The cold.
Like so. I really walked right past that. Always use focus. But yeah, I think I'm gonna lean more towards the Eclipse. I just feel like that works better. Let's see, 280. It was a 363, so that's not bad.
Yeah, didn't think so.
Did I fix this to Chroma's Elemental Ward? Or is it his Vex on it? That's a thought. I think it's Elemental Ward. I have to check that real quick.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Hey, no, you don't get to get away.
Yeah, got him.
So I know there's an augment for Warframe as well.
This bunch has got to be fresh out of bad guy boot camp. Wow.
There he goes. He's gone.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I'm always trying to refine my Frost Prime, make him better. In some way, shape, or form. Always trying to improve him. That's why I know this build I showed you now, it won't ever be my last build. 2 to 3 years from now, it might completely change from what it is. Yes, it is elemental ward. And let's see here. Cold is armor by 145%. That's at base. And the damage multiplier. That's the everlasting ward. Elemental ward augment. Allies that leave the radius will retain the effect. I can switch it to where I get the cold buff. I think it's electricity to begin with. Quick capacity, status chance, damage multiplier, and radius. Heat is just health, and toxin is status chance, reload speed, holster damage duration. Let's see. Of course. Gets to feed the greedy boy even more. 45,000. You have to really. I got that by the. I have enough Trillium. It's not even funny. For my time trying to hunt down condition overload, I have enough of the stuff. Yeah, finally download enough the circuits to be concerned. Let's see. Plastids. I'll have enough of that. Outside and area. Let's get that up to the top. And let's see. Oh yeah, nav coordinates. Why not? Alright. Alright, now let's try this again. Elemental Ward over Ice Wave. Big C. Alright. Alright, now let's see what do I have. I think it would be the electric one. Let's see. Go through appearances. Alright, yeah, it's electric. Sure. I would have to swap it on all of them if I wanted to be able to use it. But that makes it ice. Just for the moment in time, I'm going to have it like that. So I don't need to be using that anymore. I thought I had you done different with these. Whatever. Now with this. That area around you. Duration is 40 seconds, so that's not bad. I'll have to remember how it works here in a moment. I haven't done this. I haven't used Elemental Ward in an eon. That's the way it feels. Alrighty. I mean, inverting it, it'll still look the same. For the most part, anyways.
The tower's neural sentry is operational. I'm picking up multiple threats, all under Orokin control. Wipe them all out.
Another one.
Oh, 507. That's not bad. Yeah, 'cause it returns the damage back out. That's what it does. If I remember correctly, I can recast Elemental Ward.
The Grenier should have known better than to walk into an Orokin
That's
tower
in use.
unprepared.
Never mind.
Let's clean up their mess.
That was recastable. Or, it is recastable, but I thought it was recastable on top of itself. I mean, it is an outright defensive bonus. So. And it's an energy bonus. Any damage I take is redistributed back to my enemies.
Can you?
How much? 5.31 times.
You kids keep it down.
And, you know, on top of the fact that I could just freeze enemies and increasing even more. Actually, it goes down when I use.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah. Not opposed to Elemental Ward, to be honest. It makes Frost, who's already tankier. Makes anybody who hits me take damage. But, yeah, that's always nice. I'm gonna pick up that health orb and give me that extra 110 energy. I gained 55 off of each one of those health orbs.
Yeah, didn't think so.
Instead of a regular like 25 I gain off that health orb, because it's a 150% increase, I gain a massive amount. Yeah, I'm liking this.
Assets frozen.
Oh, right. Yeah, and as soon as they shoot me, they take damage. And they get stuck, so. Oh, and it's applying crow procs too? Oh, shit. That's wrap on that. Yeah, that's sold. Because whenever I have a cold proc, I get more armor, which gives me more energy. More energy means I can get abilities. And also, the more cold procs they're on, the more critical damage they take.
Shut you up.
Which increases the damage that I do. Yeah. That solved it. Man, we're going full send on it. Oh wait, I have Overguard. I'm meaning to test that, yeah. So if you have Overguard, this does nothing to you. So you should run out of overguard though. It goes back to affecting you. 100%. And the nice thing is, it's increasing my armor by that massive amount. Means I take less damage in general. So. Here, gotta have fun with that.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Let's see. Frost goes all the way up to 29. Almost maxes out. We'll almost get there.
Hey, we got volunteers for fertilizer detail.
And Mike can do it. No, I'm not doing it. I was thinking, like, maybe I can max out my level. So close. But yeah, so far.
More of them.
Almost there. And I do gain experience from these guys. Instead I take no damage, they just take back some damage. Almost good anyways. Yeah, I'm a little bit closer. Just because overkill is the only kind of kill. Ah, hey, there's more of you guys back here. I was gonna go back and see if I couldn't find some more turrets to pull up. Eh, found about a couple hundred more.
Is that all you got?
Let's see. I want to try and max them out on this run, but I don't know the likelihood of that. And that one is inactive. Well, I'm here. Might as well open them up. Yeah, I don't have nothing here. Let's see, there's a bunch of lockers up here. Oh yeah, secret little hidey hole that, you know, may not find unless you get bored and you want to parkour all the way up here. No, figured I'd probably get nothing out of that. Thinking there wasn't anything above it, but just making sure. See, I'll be an extra stingy with that affinity there. Let's see. What do we got up here? I did again. Almost feel like this is worth a waste of my time trying to find it. I need like another 30,000 anyways. Reach the threshold, so. Nope. Nope. And nope. And nope. Just because I want to use what's in the room. Worst part about all this is there's lockers inside that wall. Ooh, there's turrets in here. Yeah, there we go. Wait, I actually had a green one. Ah, look. Oh, God. There we go. I failed it. Good. Exactly what I was looking for. Okay, cool.
Fall down, go boom.
Yeah, it's not even. This is not even worth it at this
You
point.
get in over your head.
Yeah. At this point, it's not even worth it. Say 1,000% damage.
It gives me goosebumps all over when you do that.
I hadn't transferred out with him yet, so hey,
Job well
good to know.
executed.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm down good with that, but
What can we do to help your journey?
how about this for 70K?
An honor.
You know what? I'm gonna change my pledge. I'm gonna change it to Suga. I don't care if Red Veil hates me.
You are filled
Pledge.
curious, but pleasing.
Anyway, finish getting that done up. So. I've only got one more left to get, and it's only 70,000, so plus the medallions, 50,000. Then I would just start getting augment mods, anyways.
You are not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
But yeah, I'm liking this for sure.
Didn't even break a sweat. Is the frickin' circus in town?
I mean, I know when I was going through earlier, I didn't even
Big Rainier should have
need
known better than to walk into an Orokin tower unprepared.
Eclipse when I was doing the Steel Path mission. So. Another way to apply cold, get extra armor at the same time, reflect damage. The stronger the enemy, the more damage they're going to take anyways. So.
Bulk delivery from Jerkwads R Us.
Yeah. And so far, I'm liking their ability. So. I wish they would make it a cycle ability on other Warframes, so you could just cycle through it. Or you could just choose which one you want instead of it being tied to your color. Or just make it a cycle ability in general. Preferably click activates, hold
Take a
cycles.
target and start blasting.
Preferably. I mean, if not, I'll just invert it anyways. Let's see, one more. Here, y'all eat that. I think I'm enjoying my frost just a little bit more now. Especially since I can reflect damage back to him. I mean, as long as it ricochets back at him, right? Yeah. But then again, strong enemy can hit me and ricochet and hit a weak enemy, and I ain't got to kill a weak enemy. So.
Should have run while you could.
And one more. Okay. Charged up.
Threat neutralized.
Alright. Alright, that's right over there. Go pick that up.
Hey, we got volunteers for fertilizer detail.
And then again, I'm not 100% committed to this yet either. Do I really want to be taking damage in general, though?
Yeah, got him.
I have shield gaining. No shields reduce damage by, I think it's 25% in general. With my level of armor I have, I reduce damage I take by, I think, about 70%. Is that right?
Contact.
And it does have an upper limit to how much it can go up anyways. Well, how much damage it reduces. I mean, it might be fine for low level stuff like this, where it just doesn't really phase me to get shot.
Body bag for one.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Really, you're still alive by some god-awful miracle? I'm sorry. I would ask for a refund. There we go. I knew you'd come running out. Now you can't resist.
Yeah, didn't think so. Can you kids keep it down?
Oh yeah, I know I'm hitting max right here. This is just focus at this point.
You are in for it now.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Well, no, enough. There's probably not enough of them left over there to even worry about. And that's my maximum for my focus. Or that focus. Oh, standing. There we go. Ooh, 258,000. Right. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see. What can I do with this? That's these 325,000, 105, 215, 160. I want to get to this one, so I'm just going to save it for time being. Yeah, gets more efficient with each one. But this one is, yeah, I get more ability strength. So, in a sense, I increase my ability strength a little bit more. Alright, time for my next Omniformer. Turn you into a universal slot. I know, yeah. Yep, as Gary said, it should be 72. I really wish I could access the Simmerlac room from here. I just wish I could access it from my base of operations. That would be nice. The Simularium.
So. It's more me testing how things work than anything else. $600. Armor 882. Oh, resets that. Wish I could know what my stats would be. Let's see. That's all max rank. 256%. I guess I'm gonna have to crack out a calculator. Armor. Alright. 882 plus 256%. So it goes from 882 armor to 3,139.92. So I'll just say 3,140 armor. Because I increased it by 256%. That's already 74.6%. So the shields. Oh, it doesn't even reduce. Oh, yeah. Shields reduce damage by 50% for all damage types except for toxin, which bypass shields. And health, yeah. Health is health. Is it part of me is wanting to stick with this, but part of me is not. Because I could just reduce the damage by 75%. Plus the 50% of my shield, which cuts it 75 by another 50%, unless it's toxin. If I get past my shields, I gotta get past my 70, basically 75% damage reduction because of my armor. So, I don't know. Really don't know. I don't know. Anyways, leave him here. Base of operations, yeah. I want something that increases my speed, to be honest. That's what I'm more. That's what I care more about. Which, granted, Molt would be the choice for that. I don't really need health still. I got the health thing taken care of. Fire blast. I don't need gloom. I used that at one time. Hmm. 8 seconds though. That's just terrible. Missile killer targets. Sleep with missile color is bright, targets become more vulnerable to damage. Regain speed increase. And it would increase the damage they take. Shock. Sickening pulse. Silence. Terrify. I don't need terrify. Might. Tesla. Tried Warframe. Shadow's Whisper is not bad. Aqua Blaze, don't care. Vanish, nope. Speed increase. Alright. It lasts for 30 seconds. The trail lasts for 10 seconds. Damage a second, explosion. Gives me a speed increase. Gives me a speed multiplier at 1.5. Duration of 40 seconds. And then there's generative mold. Firework does have a even like 200% of the damage a fireworker deals, unleashing it in a trail of fire that lasts 10 seconds. Review, spellbind, barricades. Alright, I feel like fireworker's the one. Lasts good well, doesn't cost a whole lot of energy, and I get a whole lot of bang for my buck. I know, I keep not working on my Warframe. Let's see, subsume. Goes with Nesher. A true speed Warframe. Way to get back there to it. I mean, granted, I already got it colored, so actually. Yeah. All colors. All this mess. Attachments, none. Side on. Color. Area. Okay, we got any sigils on you. I just try to make sure they're their default color. Oh, I actually have everything for once. C-O-N-F-I-R-M. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna come back and check, see how it looks anyway, so. Well, stats anyways. Alrighty.
Yes, I'll rush it for another 50. I actually have enough to do this. That's weird, but okay. Let's see. Firewalker. Okay, speed increase hasn't changed with power strength at all, so. Because if it changed with anything, it would change. Because I have everything on here except for efficiency. But duration is good. Damage is not too bad. Those radius. I'll give it a whirl. It'll either be good or bad. Or somewhere in between. But increasing my sprint speed by 25%. Oh, I can get behind that.
The tower's neural sentry is operational.
Alright.
I'm picking up multiple threats, all under Orokin control. Wipe them all out.
Alright, do we actually move a bit faster?
Make some noise! Warned you.
Alright, it's not doing too bad damage.
The Grenier should have known better than to walk into an Orokin.
Oh, I can just
tower
recast it and
barricade.
keep it up. Oh, that's
Let's
nice.
clean up their mess.
Don't have to let it run out. That means I don't have to be slow if I don't want to be.
Body bag for one.
That means if I get down to like, let's say 5 seconds, I can just recast it and keep it.
You are in for it now.
I do know I'm moving faster. I'm used to Frost so much. I can tell when I'm moving faster or not.
Is the frickin' circus in town?
Like, you see how much slower I'm moving now, and then I actually start moving at a decent pace now. Like, I can keep up with regular Warframes now. And I'm actually doing damage at the same time. Still thinking about going for the Rest and Rage one, I think. I think it's right. It's Equinoxes. Making my enemies take more damage while I move faster is not a bad thing. I mean, yeah, leaving a trail is not too bad either, but trail, making them take 50% more damage, that's kind of a hard one to really argue against.
Target down.
And I think my purple would qualify for day. No black will definitely qualify for 9. I know that. Sure. I think it'll qualify for that. I am 0% sure. It's the whole testing of a lot of things right at the moment. I think I might do like a big B that way just to see if it works.
Chalk me up another one. Contact!
Alright. Him dead.
That pretty much dispatched all of them.
Yeah, didn't think so.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Yeah, they're not rendering very well right at the moment. For some reason. Or at least the butchers aren't, anyways.
Threat neutralized.
But I am definitely, you know, moving at a fair bit faster now. And they're moving nearly as slowly as I used to. I think one's a speed multiplier, which just increases my speed in general.
Ah, yeah. Violence!
Sometimes I swear I have Star Trooper.
Assets frozen.
Of course, I gotta put this right up here.
Mission complete. Excellent
Let's
work,
see.
Tenno.
But yeah, I want to try the Equinox one. I don't think I've subsumed Equinox at this point. I think. Or not. Maybe. I'm about 2% sure. Oh, I still had some standing left. Good. Let's see. Yeah, I do have. Duration's a little bit lower, but that's fine. $5 meters, that's fine. Might as well feed them everything. I don't care about that at all.
those. Got more than enough of that. And that. Circuits. I did not have people I don't care about. Filter samples. Yeah, don't even care about it. File. Pick up cryotic. Isos. Alright. Now let's feed Piggy. Rest and rage. Nice wave. Alright. Let's see what we're working with. Well, it should tell me which one I'm using to begin with. Alright, speed increased by 35%. That's not bad. Damage vulnerability, 88%. If I knew which one that one was. Does it change? No. So that means I'm using the dark one. That would be day. So the default would be night. Which one do I want? I want day. How about this one? No. I want to keep it purple if I can. This one? No. Or a lighter purple. How about this? Looks almost exactly like the one I already have, but still no. Alright, that would make it, that makes it day. It's like almost borderline pink, not purple. Take an heirloom pack. What about that? And it makes it dark, I think. I can't tell. Can't tell if that is. I'm gonna have to go to the simulacrum. There's no. There's ifs, ands, or buts about it. Wish I could fast travel there to it. I have to go to Breland and to Samaris. I have the key. I should be able to just pop in there.
So I'm assuming that won't put them to sleep. So that would be night. Okay. I have more down this way. No. Not quite. No. 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 Oh, even if blue's that. Couldn't be there. Still too dark. What about that one? Oh. Nope. Oh, mercy. Too dark of one makes it too dark. Alright. About right there. And it turns into dark. Okay. What about right here? It is also dark. Not you. Dark. Come on. It's like one shade darker. Just wow. I mean, it's my emissive, so it's what my suit emits, not what my energy color looks like. Let's try this again. Really? Fine, let me.
That's what you get.
Am I getting to spam boost? Just trying to get on another one.
don't feel like I really have a speed boost. Yeah, I'm not really getting a boost from that. Unless it boosts their speed. I'm assuming their speed increases. The reason why I'm not getting anything out of it. So. That out of the way, I can safely confirm that is not the way to go. I already know I move faster. This. Which I could always use more damage on board. I'll stick with this for the time being. I still might primarily use my Wolf Eclipse, but yeah.
The tower's neural sentry is operational. I'm picking up multiple threats, all under Orokin control. Wipe them all out.
I mean, it's easily done.
Should have known better than to walk into an Orokin tower unprepared. Let's clean up their mess.
Yeah, I'd definitely be able to keep it up a lot easier with my actual setup.
Assets frozen.
Some of y'all alive. Can't be that dead.
This bunch has got to be fresh out of bad guy boot camp. Wow. They're cold.
Not bad. Pretty much the whole 8 seconds thing is the reason why I didn't go with that other one. It increases my parkour and my regular sprints, my speed in general, and I'm like, yeah. Last 8 seconds. I'm like, no, not for 1500. No.
Cool off.
The puns. The puns. I like how I could just launch grenades one time, clear half a room. If not the whole thing.
That's what you get.
So you're the outlier. My bad for choosing the wrong time to fire that.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
When I'm not aiming, I can do some pretty good speed.
Yep, they're toast. Contact!
I should have aimed for the guy in the back. Usually the smarter choice. Well, really trying to collect that. But I guess I grabbed it up anyway.
One more for the Undertaker.
I'm basically just killing time for this round. So I can get my full amount. I mean, I pulled in so much.
Another job well executed.
I don't think I have Siren's Bolt. No, I don't. I ain't worry about it. I'd have dumped enough resources into this today and enough platinum. I think I've dumped close to 150 platinum into them so far. So I think the answer to this now is no. Let's see. I gotta take a look at my Siren and see what kind of build I have on her. I don't even know what I have for a build on her, to be honest.
You are not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
I know to a degree I've avoided using Siren.
Didn't even break a sweat. Bulk delivery from Jerkwads R Us.
I've kind of avoided using her just for the simple fact of I know I could probably make a halfway tolerable build, even back in the day, where I did so much damage with her abilities that it's basically you cast Spore, you cast Miasma to cause the Spores to burst, which then spread. Just cast Miasma again, and you just keep spreading Spores. Essentially, Siren in a nutshell. Or Minerva. Which is her government name. Eh.
That's what you get.
Y'all have fun with that while I deal with these guys. Yeah, you didn't expect fire to come out of the Frosty Boy, did you? I think it's going to increase the sprint speed. Or increase the speed increase of the ability. Nice. Now.
Jumping old man, would ya? Ah, they died. Boo hoo.
Yeah, it happens. That. Alright, now y'all can die.
Yeah, didn't think so.
Yeah, I definitely do move faster with this. So. And it does provide some extra damage too on top of all of them.
More of them.
I mean, it's not a lot of damage, but it does cause the fire status effect from. You've been shooting me? I didn't even notice.
Shock me up another one. Is that all you got?
I feel like I just last almost a whole minute though. That's nice. If I did it. Thought I did, but I wasn't sure if I did.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Assets frozen.
Shots and they're down. Huh. Alright, Colt, already dispatched.
They're toast.
I triggered
We
the
have
death
volunteers
traps.
for fertilizer detail.
Oh well. Alrighty, let's get them taken care of.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I believe I could have gotten so much more done if I hadn't been constantly trying to fiddle around with changing my skills, or abilities, not even skills.
You are not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
Go boom!
Alright, this way. And of course, elevator right out the gate. It's always there an elevator.
Keep fighting. As long as the enemy is here, this tower is useless to us.
More of them!
Alright.
Should have run while you could.
Can't kill some, can't kill some. It is what it is. Alright.
Ah, yeah. Violence! That's what you get.
And getting through this, getting through this. Of course I hit the one corpse that bounced in front of me. I knew they would bounce down in there. That's the reason why I just shot right over in it. I knew I didn't need to aim.
Iced one.
So them take care of. I guess that whole area take care of right through there. That. Y'all can have that.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
There's an enemy should have been broken after the first shot. I shouldn't have wanted any more of this after the first shot. Shouldn't have wanted any of this in the first place. I'm still not even getting the cynics to show up. That's the terrible part about all this.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I think I need a little bit more focus, and then I can take my next upgrade for my own skill. I think I did. I'm at 320 something instead of 350 something. Let me check that real quick. 325. All right. 600 for the next one. Yeah, so that was gonna take a minute. I'm waiting for the Ember Pro frame, to be honest. Surprised Ember wasn't one of the first ones they did too.
You are not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
Threat neutralized.
The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
You are in for it now. Chalk me up another one. Assets frozen.
I like how I can just, wipe out a whole room. Just hit a button.
Hostiles.
See, I can notice an instant difference. As soon as I cast this over when I didn't have it cast. But again, I've been using Frost. I want to say the past 8 years. I'm being accurate. I don't know how long I've been using them. I didn't use them in the beginning.
Body bag for one.
'Cause I already know if I started using them, I won't gonna stop using them. Because I read his abilities and I'm like, alright. I read his stuff and I'm like, okay, I can get behind this.
Is broken. Well done.
I can work
Now
with it.
get to extraction.
I've never exactly used Frost as an actual defensive Warframe. Well, I've always been a solo player, so always kicked it solo on a lot of things.
Didn't even break a sweat.
I've always used Frost in multiple different ways. Like I didn't use Snow Globe as an actual like defense thing unless I was truly doing a defense mission. Even then, it was no guarantee.
More of them.
Because basically, I would use Snow Globe as a kind of an escape when I got into a group, and it was kind of getting a little too sticky. I just hit Snow Globe, throw everything off of me, freeze them, as it does.
Mission complete.
I don't use Ice Wave in my actual setup, just for the one simple reason that it doesn't really work cohesively with everything else in the kit. Or at least it used to not to, anyways. I will phrase it that way, because I haven't used it since I started subsuming, and I haven't used it since they touched on ice damage, or cold damage, I should say. So I'm not very sure now, to be honest.
You aren't the first ones here. I'm detecting multiple enemy signatures, and they're all under the control of the tower. Eliminate the threat.
But then again, I would much prefer to be able to move faster than have a cone to freeze it. That does some cold damage, and maybe proc to cold status, versus I can just hit avalanche, freeze everything, cause multiple cold procs, everything, you know, just how much all the way around better set.
Has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Or a whole much better setup, I should say. I mean, I feel like I need to get the Frozen Path ephemera just for this fact that I'll be putting icicles up while I run while I'm putting out fire. That would be hilarious. Right, I gotta wait till the thermofractures come back around to be able to farm it. But that's basically a case of I killed him off screen.
Knock knock, chuckleheads.
Ah, that's a new one. down and just speed it up. Yeah, I think I just ran out of speed too. But I had been using the avalanche, but it'll be alright. Over there.
Yeah, didn't think so.
I probably feel like Railjack I wouldn't need a speed boost, so I'd probably use Eclipse. Oh, I used that on the wrong room. There we go. Now we got that good one off. We got like half of y'all.
One.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Violence! Body bag for one.
I feel like Velmer and Sai would get along so well. Again, I wish I could change my ship Cephalon. Ah. At least for normal gameplay. Like if it's story related, I'm like, fine, have it be orders. But I'm like, I would love to have it be Cephalon Sai.
Well executed.
Anything and everything else. Like I said, I was hoping to actually get him done being informant, but that's a whips
You
on
are
my
not
part.
alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out.
More of them.
The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Alright.
Warned you.
Really another bad one? Okay. Like I said, I could have probably done this on the steel path, but in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, try and jump us. See how that works out for you.
But then I wouldn't have been able to experiment with my abilities like I have been.
They're cold.
Six. Nice, nice. And to be honest, before I really work on any other Warframes, I plan to get to 30. Or really anything else in general. Like far as
entering stupidity range.
far as like truly
They
putting
died.
forward in it.
Boo hoo.
Like I might put it in the stuff that I'm, formative stuff I use the most right at the moment, but past that, I think I won't really work on building anything up until after I hit 30. 'Cause that way I can just have every skill at its max. I have maximum capacity.
Threat neutralized.
I really want to be terrible about that pathing right now, don't you?
Oh, you want to fight, huh?
Sad part is I'm so used to Frost being slow.
Should've
I
run while
don't
you could.
I don't really even notice when Firewall first stops. I notice when it begins, but I don't really notice when it stops. I mean, at one time I did mod Frost for speed, just so he wouldn't be slow, and I eventually just I set the defect that Frost was just gonna be slow. I just stopped modding him for speed, got better at maneuverability, and just
Another successful mission.
essentially left behind the want and desire to waste mod capacity to be faster.
Iced one.
Son of a what? You were saying son of a farmer? Yes.
You are in for it now.
Yeah. But you had boys should know that by now. If you get the reference, you get the reference.
Job well executed.
last pass. And then I'm gonna do my outro. Yay! Excuse me.
You are not alone. This tower is full of life forms, all corrupted by the neural sentry. Clean them out. The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Yep.
You are in for it now.
27. No. Oh, there already was 27. Let's do a hit 28. And
Is that all you got?
it'd be nice if we had an augment for snow globe where you just basically turn it into like an iron skin. That'd be nice.
Hostiles! One more for the Undertaker.
Essentially allows you to make ice armor. Oh, 28.
Ah, yeah. Violence! Body bag for one.
The round table.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Ooh. Syndicate.
How dare you go against us? You will be purged.
Oh, hey, look, they're dead. Oh, hey, look, I'm mastering.
Ah, you want to fight, huh?
Ah, I guess I'm making a beeline to the exit.
Should have run while you could.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Oh, I maxed out my daily focus too. Okay. Cool, cool. Alright.
Now, just as a recap, or state of my stream. Okay. With Frost Prime, you know, I got the 3 Umbra mods in there. Primary Direction, Shields. I got Equilibrium and Archon Stretch in here to just to give me a good supply of energy. I don't really use any efficiency because I don't feel like I need it. Between these two, I keep it up because of my companion's abilities. I use Icy Avalanche to give me Overguard. Just because, you know, this keeps me alive better. It's like a second layer of defense. Biting Frost because I'm always using Avalanche anyways. Gives me extra critical chance, extra critical damage. Use Arcane Battery to get energy. Well, Reconstruct to heal me and my allies. Use Prime Short-Footed so I don't get knocked down. I use Brief Respite so all the abilities I'm casting, I'm restoring shields to me and my party. I typically run Eclipse just to give me damage reduction on here. And in case of I need it, I have a damage increase. And my passive synergizes with my Arcane Battery, keeping my energy pool higher when I freeze enemies. I kind of use my Snow Globe as a if I need to push them off of me, or if I'm reviving somebody, I might throw it up just to, because it's invulnerable for, I think it's like 4 seconds. So I can throw that up real quick, revive them, and then turn around and just hit it with a freeze and pop the bubble. You know, anyway, it gets it out of the way. It doesn't constantly stand the screen. It used to be where you couldn't shoot through it from the outside in, if you period, whether it was ally or enemy. Now allies can shoot through it. You yourself and your allies can shoot through it. I use the Tromna because it's got amazing critical status. I use the Sepulchrum because it's got an amazing crit. And I got the Arcane on there to give me more Overguard while I'm attacking enemies with Overguard with it. Plus, you know, who doesn't like homing rockets? Explosive rounds. It's nice. I use the Grand Prime because, well, one, I just like the sword in general. And it's actually a really good sword. And I'm rocking my Hound because it's one of the best companions you can have, especially if you have a good mod setup on them. I chose one that does Impact and Slash because Impact causes me to be able to mercy enemies more often. So, and Slash just causes them to take damage, or just gives them damage over time. Cold to up that critical damage. Corrosive to strip some of that armor away, making them a lot easier to take down. And Radiation is just to make them fight amongst each other. And my companion, you know, has this, so you can shoot out a little electric ball, which will proc this, putting all the effects, all the damage types, status effects on all the enemies when he uses an ability. And with this, everything he hits with said ability has a 25% chance of dropping health orbs. And because my weapons reload so slow, I can switch, do melee for a few seconds, and because of this, it'll reload my magazines while I'm at it. And this is, as long as I'm using my abilities, I'm gonna keep making clones of them. I've really not had the timer run out on me in a very enemy dense mission. And also they causes the enemies to drop energy orbs, which, you know, keep me topped off on energy, keeps me topped off on health because of Equilibrium. And my Archon Shards, I run 4 of the Crimson for ability duration, just to help with my abilities that do have duration. Blips, helps with the freeze time on it, on this. Increases the freeze duration of enemies that get caught by it. And, you know, it just helps with them being frozen for like half a minute with that. But, yeah, And this helps me, gain more health when I pick up a health orb, but it also gives me more energy when I pick up a health orb for equilibrium. So this is where I will be ending my stream. Wrong panel. There we go. I'll be streaming tomorrow at 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And I will actually be streaming Monster Hunter. I finally broke down and bought it. My co-workers finally whittled me down, and I decided to buy it. So I will be playing that on stream tomorrow. You'll probably see a whole lot more of that because I'll be playing with my coworkers, and I'll probably be playing it before I start streaming, so I'll just end up carrying it over into my streams, or I might end up starting my streams earlier. I don't know which. But you will definitely be seeing Monster Hunter Wilds out of me. But yeah, it's been it for my Frost build and my loadout for it. So I will see you tomorrow with Monster Hunter Wilds.